Howdy bubs and welcome back. So today for 100 stream special, I'm going to be trying to create a game that the community voted on. Let me check the polls. Last I saw, it looked like Flappy Bird was winning. I was hoping for maybe something a bit more exciting, but I will do what the people want. Yep, Flappy Bird is in the lead. So I guess that's what I'll be creating. Let me see if everything's set up. Yeah, I think so. If we can get 15 concurrent viewers, I will do a face reveal. As you can see in the bottom right, my camera is set up. And I've got the little sprite of myself in the way until we can get that 15 concurrent viewership. So with that there, let's go ahead and get started. Let's see. I'm making this in Game Maker Studio 2. This is the latest update. If any of you want to work alongside me, I'll try not to go too fast. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing too. But let's go ahead and create a blank game. This will be, this is slightly inspired by a project some of my friends have been working on. Floppy disk, Floppy Bird. And then, let's go. Okay. Let's see, what would I want to do? What would I want to start off with? Well, let's just get placeholders into the room. So let's go ahead and create an object starting us off. This will be object. This will be the player. Then create a placeholder sprite, player, and this will just be a wonderful white box. There you go, beautiful. Peak art. Let's throw the player in here. Let me actually attach the sprite to the player. And give it some basic controls. I think really the only thing we've got going is it jumping up. So I'll do this on a step event, Gmail code. Okay. And let's see, keyboard. Let's see, jump key will be, let's see, I'm starting to realize I don't remember a lot of this. Oh, we've got some people in chat. Howdy, thank y'all for watching. Oh wow, we're at 6 concurrent viewers at the moment. Let me actually increase the size of this for our audience. Keyboard check, and then we're going to do the virtual keyboard and space for the moment. And then if the jump key has been pressed, I'm going to shoot up the player's Y value, actually decrease it by 10 pixels. And the Y value normally decreases by, let's just do 1 pixel and see what that looks like. All we should have right now is just the box moving up and down. Nope. This is supposed to be a positive one since it's falling. Okay, there we go. Press spacebar, it goes up a bit. Alright, we've already got half of the game. The easier half. Okay, we can tweak around with those numbers. I guess the first thing I can focus on is trying to get a nice little gravity simulation, because you're supposed to progressively fall faster up to a max value. So let's see. Yes, let's go. We're almost there. This is gonna be a short stream, 30 minutes speed run. Okay, so I want to simulate acceleration, and we should, for create event, address some values for y speed or y velocity. What's this complaining about? Do a Godot tutorial next. I'm not sure if I am confident enough in my abilities in Godot to do anything there. Timer. Oh, no, we started at like 12:08, so. You can just chime in chat to tell me how long I've been wandering around aimlessly. Y velocity initializes to 0, X velocity is set to 0. Getting that initialized. Y acceleration. What sprite are we using? Right now I just have a placeholder. I'll probably address the sprites later. I don't want to get bogged down at the moment working on a beautiful art piece that I end up replacing because I don't know what I'm doing. Y acceleration. I'll just set this to be 5 and see what that looks like. Maybe 1. And then X acceleration would just be 0 this whole time. Actually, maybe I'll play around with it. Okay, those are initialized, and then over time, this is not going to be modifying the Y, but instead Y velocity is going to be changed to be equal to, let's leave it at 10, see what that looks like. The Y velocity is going to be always minus equals whatever acceleration is. Or I guess plus equals. Negative 10 because it's going upwards. We add the acceleration. The acceleration is always pulling down by 1. Technically do the same thing for X. Though that shouldn't modify anything for the moment. And then X position should just be equal to plus equals X velocity. And then Y position should just be equals plus equals Y velocity. Okay. What's this complaining about? Oh, I guess that's true, we're not using it anywhere else. Yes, this is just a collective pair programming, yeah. You're watching me program, y'all can give me input as I struggle through this. If y'all think of anything interesting or fun, I can add it into the game, such as like inspirations for the sprite, colors, assistance if I get completely lost. Okay, looks like that's working. Let me add a reset, a game controller, so I can reset the game whenever I'm not paying attention. Object, game controller. Okay, and then if I press numpad 0, game underscore restart, add drippyd. What's drippyd? Enlighten me. Oh, I forgot to put it in the room. Okay, game controller, just so that way that's there. Okay, 0 restart. Okay, yeah, I can kind of fight it. Yeah, this looks pretty good. It's constantly pulling me down. I press spacebar to stay active. I'm curious, in Flappy Bird, if you fall off the screen, does it kill you, or can you kind of like move up? Yeah, the edges are there just to let the audience know that if I can get 15 subscribers or 15 viewers, if you can get a dripped out sprite. I'm not sure if I have those files with me. If you can send them to me, I'll try to throw it in. End of screen does kill? Okay. Well, I guess while we're here, we can add in death mechanics. Let's see. I'm pretty sure there's something that intersect boundary. There we go. So what happens whenever we intersect boundary? Oh, well, I guess we should have something for the game state. Declaring whether it's active or plain. Should that be handled by the player? Probably not. But I guess I'll just throw it in here for the moment. I guess we can just restart the game. Game underscore restart. Let's see what that looks like. Yep. Okay, as soon as we touch the, or it intersects, maybe just to give it slightly more time, I'll change this to be outside the room. So once we completely leave the room, yeah, you've got a half second longer before it's over. Okay, that's looking good so far. Let me make the room a little bigger for the moment. What's the resolution of my screen? If you submitted it on Schoology, you should be able to open it up. If you look at your older courses and find this stuff. Let me see what that looks like. Okay, slightly bigger. Oh, we shouldn't be able to do that. I just realized I can hold down spacebar. Okay, that's under the step event, keyboard check pressed. That way they can't just hold it down. Okay, there we go. I can't hold it down. Now I'm realizing that that little jump is not quite enough, so maybe I have to increase this to, let's try 25, see what that looks like. Okay, that's a lot nicer. We've got a nice little drop. Oh, maybe a little bit too much. Let me switch it to 20. Or maybe smaller increments might be better to promote engagement with the game. You just constantly mash it. We'll see. We'll play around with that value. Subway Surfers next. Maybe that'll be my 200 subscriber cutoff. We'll do Subway Surfers. Alright, so I've got that going at the moment. Let's give it some X movement. So the player is always moving, and so let's give the player constant velocity. Let's see what 5 looks like. Alright, we're moving. That's progress. Actually, how do I want to do this? Do I want the player moving through the world or the world moving towards the player? I might actually not move the player because make Skyrim for the 150. Yeah, we'll investigate our options once we get closer. How do I want to do this? I think in normal. Yeah, well, that's normal Flappy Birds, but this is the Mr. Duran special, so I've got to add personality to it. Oh, I mean, this would be more akin to, what is it? The Impossible Game, what the kids call it nowadays, Geometry Dash, where you go through a set level. I don't know if I want to. Okay, yeah, that's too hard. I'm trying to make it easy enough, so yeah, I'll keep the player in place and just have obstacles move towards the player. Okay, so let's go. There is no X velocity. Yeah, Flappy Bird Duran Edition. Let's go. I think we're good for the moment with the player. Let's go ahead and create another. I guess I don't need the game controller for the moment, but I'll leave that there for the future. Let's go ahead and start creating the obstacles. Object, obstacle. Let's give it a basic sprite. Sprite underscore obstacle. What should this look like? What color looks good? What stands out on the background? Yellow. Yellow might look interesting. Okay, we've got yellow. Let's zoom out a bit. So eventually what we're going to want to end up doing is having it randomly generate levels. So I'll need something that gets it to have different heights randomized. Figure out what the most appropriate spacing is. And so all obstacles need to, in their step event, oh, let's create the basic stuff as well. Maybe I should have an operator that initializes these, since some of it's, I don't like repeating code. I was always taught in college, in school, if you have to write it out twice, you should probably make an object or a function. And I do have to write these twice. Well, this portion is consistent. Let's go ahead and create a script out of this. Okay, so I'm reorganizing stuff just for. Oh yes, thank you, my #1 fans. Let's go ahead and make a script out of this. This will be movement. Everyone's my biggest fan. Movement update, or position update, I guess is most appropriate. What does it want underscores? Yeah. Or snake casing. Position update, I don't take anything in. It just grabs whatever values are set there. Updates that. A 100 emojis to celebrate 100 subs. Okay, let's replace that in there. So position update. Let me run the game to confirm I haven't broken everything. Okay, yeah, it's still working. Okay, we're good. So that's there. This is initialized. You're not a subscriber. How can you be my #1 fan if you're not a subscriber? Only on your other 7 accounts? A real fan would have all 8 accounts subscribed. Yes, SMH in my head. I could have hit 100 subscribers earlier and then had this video done in like Thanksgiving. Okay, position update, these initial values in the create event. Down to obstacles. I still can't live comfortably knowing that I'm repeating myself. Okay, let me make an object that serves as the parent to the others. Object, I mean, this is just going to be the parent for both. So its children will be both. And then let's pull this create event out. And add it to the parent. So it defaults them all to 0. Like, there it goes. Okay, parent's there, it's there. We're going to inherit from the parent. And the only thing that we change here is the y velocity. No, actually nothing gets changed on this one. Here, delete that. Okay, there we go. So now we correctly have a parent. And then we're just going to inherit the event and add to it our x velocity is going to be -1, so it just gradually moves towards the left. There we go. I have a clean conscious now, and since we have the script, let me rename the script. I guess. Alright. Position update, and as an end step event, it just does position update. Okay, that's there, that's there. Now we can remove this extra code here because it doesn't need to be addressed here. Okay. Now let me run it to confirm I haven't broken everything. Okay, That's moved. Okay, some things have been broken. We'll figure that out in a bit. But everything else, we've gotten the obstacles to move towards the left. I'm magically floating into the air, but I'll address that in a bit. Okay, so there's that. Oh, because the end event wasn't... Because I inherited these backwards, and so it's kind of wonky for the moment. Step, in step, delete my in step. Okay, there. Now I have the in step correctly inherited. Same thing for here. Delete this. Okay. Yeah, sadly I'm not perfect. Okay, that's going okay. We're still having that issue, but we'll address that in due time. Okay, so create event, everything set to 0. And then over here in our create event, we do have y acceleration set to -1. This is us being pulled downwards. Sorry, -1 is upwards, I forget. +1 is downwards. Okay, there we go. Peak gameplay, there we go. This is what it's all about. Okay, so maybe we can move the obstacle slightly faster. But yeah, we've got the basic gist of it. Okay, so going down to our obstacles, that's the sprite. We can set it to maybe -5. See what that looks like. Ooh, I'm at 11 concurrent viewers. In Roblox, that's impressive. You can get Game Maker to work in Roblox. So, yes, a 100 subs special, Ibrahim. The community voted for me to make Flappy Bird, so I'm creating my knockoff version of Flappy Birds. So far so good. Pretty good progress, given we've only been here for 30 minutes, and I spent half the time struggling to figure out how to start the stream. Okay, so now we can try to work on getting collisions to work with the obstacle. So if we jump over to our player, we can add in a collision event with our obstacle. So if we collide, it's just game_restart. Undripped, Mr. Duran. If y'all can send me those sprites, I'll be more than happy to implement, or I will be more than happy to determine the appropriateness of the sprites before I add them into the game. Every 20, oh, that would be good. Comments are only necessary if you program your code poorly. A giant Mr. Duran head? Maybe. If I can find the sprite. Okay, there we go. See, I cleared it. Fastest Mr. Duran edition of Floppy Bird speedrun. Let's see. Okay, I've got that. Now we need to work on something to control the generation of obstacles. If we have Yeah, if y'all send me the sprites on Discord, I'll take a look at them and play around with it. Most of y'all should be in the Discord, so yeah, the Discord for only my top fans. Y'all can send everything over to me and I'll take a look. How do we get this going in? Okay, so we're gonna have to have another object to manage everything. Object obstacle manager. Okay, so in here, what are we going to do? We need to find a nice spacing between each of these for how close they get generated. So that's going to be just a fixed value that we can play around with. Maybe we set it to, what will be a good value? Let's see. Y distance. Let's try 100 pixels. See what that looks like. Trying to think of anything else that we want to do here. So we just need to maintain a distance. Yeah, I'm gonna deal with sprites later. If y'all send sprites to me, I'll look at them and see if they're appropriate for me to add in. But yes, sprites are the last of my concern. I want to have a functioning game before we go in and add all the fancy sprites, make some music. I guess I can make, what is it? The little music thing online. I can't remember what it's called. Yes, the face reveal is going to be at 15 subscribers. Right now you just have the Mr. Duran sprite. Well, we need to get 3 more people in before Vicky leaves the stream. Oh, we'll see. Alright, we're at 14. There's, yes, concurrent viewers. Okay, we hit 15. My number still says 14 over here. Oh yeah, beatbox. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Thank you. Okay, it does... Oh no, it dropped to 13. Sorry, 15 concurrent viewers on the stream. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, it's dropped to 13. It never hit 15 on my view. It's dropped to 12. More of y'all are leaving. Fake fans. Okay, we can do a Y distance of 100 between each of them. I'm trying to think of how I want to trigger this. Because maybe we just have a set number of these that exist, and then as the thing reaches the end, it pops again, or Because we might not have to do an obstacle manager and instead have the code within the obstacle itself, and as soon as it touches this, it just pops over to the other side. You can watch using your 8 devices. Okay, yeah, I see 14. Okay. I'm going to test it out first and not have an obstacle manager object, and instead try to handle it entirely on the individual obstacle. As it moves across the screen, once it goes off screen, it will simply pop back over to the other side. And assuming maybe the obstacle manager just places the initial obstacles, that might be how we do it. Yeah, if we have that, we can... Oh, it looks like... See, y'all keep saying 15. My number shows 14 on my end. I'm not sure if it can detect if there's multiple users from the same device. See, let me show you. Let me take a screen cap of that. Look, 14 concurrent viewers. My thing says 14. Then why does mine say 14? I'm looking at the YouTube Studio Analytics. See, look, here. 14 concurrent viewers, 9 likes. But yes, okay, I'm going to be dealing with it internally here first. It's lies. Okay, so we're moving towards the left. That's the create event. We have a other outside the room. Once we fall outside the room, this will handle popping into respawn or moving to right side of screen. Okay, so as soon as it exits on the left, we want this to pop up over on the right side of the screen. But I need to figure out what the width is of our screen to know the right Y value to set. Our origin point for the sprites is the top left corner. Then we should be able to, once it falls over to the right, have the X value set to be, right now, what's the room width? 244. I'll just do 2143. 2143. We'll fix that later. I just want to see if this works. Okay, now I have it. Okay, we've done it. I see it. Let me go ahead and do the face reveal. Let's see. Turn off this. Okay, there we go. I don't like looking at myself. Let's see, what should I do with running this? We'll see how it goes. What do you mean he looks like Mr. Mundo? Have you ever seen Mr. Mundo and I in the same room? Okay, it looks like this seems to be functioning pretty well. I see some stuttering, but I'm not sure if it's just because I've got too much going on right now. But yeah, looks like it's working. $30 concurrent viewers. Okay, chat, is this real? Okay, yeah. Okay, so now that we've set this up, we've got nice basic thing now. Let's see. I think the traditional Flappy Bird has like a small window for you to jump through, but I know I've seen variations where they're offset. I don't know if that makes it easier or harder, or maybe I should just have it randomized. Maybe I only care about a positioning on one set and then another positioning on the top set. Okay, so this is where the manager comes into play. So Y distance, I want them separated by 100 pixels. Let's do a step event. Actually, no. This would be at the create event because I only need to create them all once. I don't need to do this in the step event. So instance, let me wipe the room of everything. We don't need all of these here. Okay, just have the obstacle manager. Let me actually start breaking these out into layers to be better organized. So player, throw this into there. Instances, let's rename this to game managers, and another layer for obstacles. Okay, obstacle manager goes into the obstacles. Okay, the room's now better organized. Go back to our code. Let me minimize that. I don't need to look at that for the moment. Okay, instance underscore create. And then our X value on Baldur's Gate 3. It's a pretty good game. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I've gotten like a few hundred hours in the game. I haven't even gone past. Do you think it deserves Game of the Year? Yes, it is a very good game. I would argue, yes, it deserves Game of the Year. Given the creation of it by an indie studio, and then the just quality, the time, the number of hours I can put into it, definitely. Yeah, 100%. I do think Baldur's Gate deserves Game of the Year. But yeah, it's pretty good fun. I've played a couple of playthroughs, or I've started a couple of playthroughs with different friend groups, but none of them stuck around. You take your leave, I bid you adieu. Okay, let's go. Our X value, I'm just gonna do 200, Y value 200, depth 0, object, this is where we're going to create an obstacle. And let's just see what that looks like. It'll only create one of them. Okay, so we've got a little obstacle, it comes across. And there we go, okay, so we can get it to create one. We're going to need to get the Y values to vary. So there's going to be two portions that we deal with here. We're going to have to create top obstacles and then create bottom obstacles. So given that we're going to do them 200 pixels apart, or 100 pixels apart, our Y distance apart, we can do a for loop for, I don't remember how to write the for loops. Oh, I can just do a repeat. Because I don't need any of the values. Actually, I do. I forget the syntax for for loops in GameMaker. Let me... Online manual. Let me see. Okay, it's like normal. For var I is equal to 0, while I is less than. Let's go ahead and just make 10 and see what that looks like. I plus plus. Okay. We can then throw this inside. Okay, so for our Y value, we can actually set this to 0 since the top left corner of the sprite is there. We can just set that in starting at, where is our player in the room? I like the player's positioning right here. So what is this set at? That's like 400. So I can start it at 500, see what that looks like. And then plus I times Y distance. I think that might do something weird if we fall off the screen. I'm just going to do 5 for right now. Okay, there we go. Okay, 100 pixels is not enough because I forget we have to account for the width of our actual sprite itself. So I think I can reference the width times sprite underscore obstacle dot width. I think there's a way to do this. Sprite width. There we go. 100 plus that, not multiplied. So we want them 100 pixels apart, accounting for the width. Let's see if that works. A lemon or a lime. A lemon's more yellow, lime's more green. I don't like the taste of lemons that much, but limes I can see their benefits in existing, so I'm gonna go with limes. Let's set this to like 300 and see what that looks like. Okay, that looks like a reasonable distance apart. Do we start with some behind us? What if we just start at 0, see what that looks like? Would I consider myself as a smart fella? Well, the opposite being a fart smella, I think I would go with a smart fella. Okay, let me restart that. I think it's okay. Alright, so we got the spawning at the top to work at least. We do need to modify these values though. So with this, I do want to modify our height, sprite height. We want it to be a random value. What would look best with this? So sprite height would be times equals range of values between 1 and, let's say, 5. Oh, because that just gives us the sprite height. This will be image underscore x scale is times equals. Okay, so given the obstacle, we'll take its image and scale it up. It'll either stay the same size or increase to 5. Oh, hello. Ohayo. Like, where did I go wrong? Range is not created. Oh. Random range. Okay, with that, let's see what that looks like. What did I change? X scale. I meant to change the Y scale. And 5 is far too small. Or actually, 1 is far too small. Let's do 5 to 15. Okay, there we go. Maybe 15 is a little bit too big. But we got something going. You'll never let an game engine crash on you or fail to compile. Okay, so we've got something here. One thing that we do need to take into account is the fact that we do need some spacing on the bottom for it. Let me increase this to 7. Okay, yeah, 7's too much because you see there's 2 of them next to each other. Let's do 6, leave it at that. Drop this to 12. I think I implemented that. Did I turn it off? Okay. And so, oh, hello. Yeah, I had alerts at one point, and then in my panic before getting ready for this stream, I did absolutely nothing to confirm that the alerts were still functional. Yes, he was one of my top students from previous years. Okay, this looks good. Okay. I'm satisfied with the spawning for the top ones. Let's go ahead and handle the creation of the bottom sprites. So with this one will require a little bit more math. I really don't feel like doing this, but I have to. I could also be lazy. Depends on, no, it wouldn't work because I'd have to mess around with other things. Because the issue comes into play for requiring the math is the fact that the sprite origin point is in the top left corner, which that works great for the top, but whenever we're creating the bottom sprites, I have to do a little bit of math because whenever we scale it scales it out down all the time. So whatever we scale this out down for the bottom, we would also have to shift up the object itself to compensate for that. So its X position is going to be, oh yeah, X position's fine. The Y position has to be moved up. So we scale this out to whatever the random value is and set it equal to sprite. I'm not sure if it will detect the sprite height because I think it's pulling from the original sprite, not whenever we stretch it out. This Game Boy, I guess I still have a couple of days if I want to publish this, and then we can get Floppy Bird, the Mr. Duran edition, out to customers in time for. I just need to convince. What was it? The guy in charge of the Game Awards to change it. Let's see. I don't think this will work, but I want to see what it does. I don't know, Y value, just to make sure it actually sets it. Oh, I mean, we should see something weird happen. Actually, to confirm this is working, let me comment out the top portion. Oh, sprite height does do something. But why is it not right for all of them? Honestly, these are probably just pushed down further. Sprite. Oh, I'm dumb. Sprite height is a distant. Oh, that still shouldn't add up. Why are these in the middle of the screen? What did I do wrong? The Y value should be the sprite height. It seems to be detecting that the sprite height does scale up whenever it's stretched for the object, but this should actually be room height minus sprite height, and that should shift it up the corresponding amount. Okay, there we go, yes. Okay, now we got the bottom to be working. Okay, let's see if the top works. Right now there's absolutely nothing to account for the fact that we have two things being spawned in, so there will be points where it'll just block us off, but that'll be something separate. Yeah, okay, like that. It's just a skill issue if you can't get through it. So, but we've got the bare bones basics here. It is something, it works. Now I can either go through the effort of trying to get them to spawn and account for the fact that we do need space to get through it if we want to create the traditional Flappy Bird experience. Or I can instead start shifting in the design and having something else, like maybe we have power-ups that let us go through the walls. Because let's see, what's roughly the rate that they... No, yeah, sometimes if it's just like consecutive walls closing in. Yeah, I guess I'll address it. Okay. So with this, where do we... Okay, we need to figure out the bottom value for this first. So var we want a gap of a few hundred pixels. So create a variable gap, a y gap. All right, I've called this x distance. It's supposed to be x distance. Why did no one stop me? Okay, and then to be consistent, this exists only in this stage, so we should call this var y distance. I'll say to have this be like 150 pixels. Okay, then in here I have to determine how much spacing was there. So var top height 0 in here. Top height should get updated to now be equal to sprite height. So grab the sprite's height. That will tell us how much space we need to have. trying to think of what would work best with this. Okay, so now I know how much distance there is between the, or how much space the top obstacle has taken. I need to then make sure that this is no further than that. Well, because, let's see, I'm trying to think. Because if I've got, let me see, can I open up paint? Okay, so if this obstacle appears, I know this height now. This is top height. I need it to, we have a gap already established between here and whatever this other value is, and that is y distance. This is top height. We just kind of randomly generate the bottom ones, but my concern is FNAF Grand Edition. I feel like that's going to have to be a little bit more than 150. Because right now the way the code technically works is we generate just another one and then move it down. But it's fine because we can't generate something that goes into the bottom. But if it generates into the bottom, it's outside of the boundaries. No, I have it completely outside, so it shouldn't actually impact anything. I could just be lazy and take whatever the size is and just move it down further. Yeah, that should actually work. Actually, I don't think, do I need a top height? Yeah, I do need top height. Yeah, because we did, if it completely leaves the boundary, so even if half of this is outside of it, it won't accidentally trigger and tell it to go to the other side. Yeah, it'll just be pictures of Ibrahim. Y'all should tell the fourth years to work on that. Okay, I think this is a good idea. So Y scale is there. The Y value is room height minus the sprite height, so it's shift down. Actually, rather than working from the bottom, I can just work from top height plus plus Y distance. That should shift it appropriately down. So we actually don't need the Y scale to be random because it's just, the only random portion is how big is the top portion done. And I just need to make sure it is long enough. I'm just going to do 20 because I'm lazy. This only works the first time. Okay, yeah. 300 pixels is too small. Or whatever I put, 150. Okay, let's do 450. Okay, this is something. 450 might be a bit too much. 400. Okay. 400 kind of is a little wide. Apparently I'm not a real gamer. I've yet to complete it. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's working. So with this, we now need it to actually randomize once it goes to the end, because once it hits the end at the edge, it should change its height rather than us having the exact same pattern every single time. but we have to pair these things together. They have to have a partner. The top one needs to know where the bottom one is, so that way they actually coordinate and make sure that there is a big enough gap. Yeah, that's something we can do. That's why we have it set as y distance. We can reference it. Oh, it's set as a variable actually. If we do want to progressively shrink it down to a scale, let's not have it as a variable. Oh, we'll revisit that point in the future. I gotta get this working first. One feature at a time. Okay, so we've gotten this. Now once let's find a way to associate them with each other. I could throw them into a data structure and just have them paired up with each other. But I feel like that's unnecessary. We don't need a data structure. Yeah, that's why I'm not dealing with sprites. I don't want to risk having issues with that. If there's no sprites dealt with until the end, then I can at least get fully functioning before it comes to that stage. Yeah, I'll just... Their names don't have to stay, they just need to be referenced to each other. But only one of them will know. I guess each of them will have a partner, I think. I think I can get that to work. Live streams are just scrums. This is a single scrum project. Okay, so rather than doing or actually, let me pull this out. Okay, so top obstacle. This is going to be a variable because it's going to be lost right after this. Top obstacle is just this obstacle that we create. So with the top obstacle, we create this. Then down here, I say its partner is the top obstacle. And then the top obstacle's partner is equal to, no. I need a way to, because whenever it randomly generates, I only want one of them to do this process, because otherwise I think I would accidentally get them both to do it. Oh, the with clause. What the with clause does in GameMaker is it is instantaneously creating this instance, in this case the object, and rather than us having to explicitly state, okay, top obstacle dot image x scale is this, top obstacle dot top height is this, it lets us within this other object to act as if we're writing code directly inside of this object. So in the create event, as soon as this is created, this code is written as if it's inside of this object rather than being applied to the manager. Okay. I need to know, I guess I can give them just a value, give one as the top. Okay, is this a top? This is set to true. I guess we don't need a top partner. Okay. top obstacle. I guess this status would just be top is set to false. So we have a top and then we have a bottom. With that, we have, do I need top obstacle established anymore? Oh yeah, yes, because it still needs to know its partner. Top is set to false and top underscore obstacle dot partner is equal to this. Me, what is this? How do you reference self? Self? Okay, I think that's how it works. That should let us, whenever the top obstacle gets to the end, I then can tell the top obstacle to re-randomize its value. That should work. Okay, let's run this to make sure nothing's broken before we start trying to make sure it can recreate itself. Okay, it goes, it looks like it's working. Okay, that's working. Now let's go back to the obstacles. So theoretically there is a way to reference each other. They know whether they're a top or a bottom. Then they're able to, if it's a top, it can find its partner and then using that randomize its values appropriately. So if we go to the object, or our obstacle object, it sets it to the right side of the screen. Okay, that's good. Let me set this to be room width -1. Let me make sure that doesn't break anything. Okay, yeah, that's working. Okay, so it gets shifted to the right side of the screen. Then it needs to regenerate its generate height. So the random height. See, now we're repeating code. I don't like repeating code. I'm not sure if there's a way to avoid repeating code here, because there's enough other references that. Let me just copy this. Okay, so if we're going over here, if top is true, if this is a top, then we regenerate okay, our X scale is set to that. Drag and drop, no. I think that's what the little kitty block language is called, drag and drop. I'm not sure. The game maker blocks. Image Y scale is set to that. It randomly generates a new Y value. Top height. Set to 0 beforehand. Gets created here. Then partner, or with the partner. I've got all these fans. With the partner, if I go back down here, we do the exact same thing. Actually, I shouldn't need to scale up the Y value because it should be high enough. Just need to do this. Okay, and then top height is there. Y distance is not defined. Y distance, because it's being referenced elsewhere, I should set this to be like so, public, and then over here I can reference object underscore obstacle manager. Dot y distance, top is false. We don't need to modify that. We don't need to set that. We just need to modify the height. Okay. Oh yeah, and we don't need to set this either because that's defined beforehand. I think that might work. Let's see. If it's there, we set the random values. Top height is defined, top height is used, so that way it knows where to set the bottom one. The bottom one should already be a massive one. That might work. Okay, let's run it and see how bad it looks. Yep, we already crashed. What went wrong? Y distance is not defined. Object obstacle. Y distance. Where is Y distance used? Y distance is here. It should be referencing from the obstacle manager. Okay, I've just received my first sprite submission. It's mildly cursed, but promising enough. Okay, yes, let me get this working and then I'll visit the sprite I've been cursed with the knowledge of. Why does this not exist? Did I spell this wrong? Object underscore obstacle manager. It just looks funny. Why is it saying that this doesn't exist? The obstacle manager is in the room. It is created. Y distance is defined. Let me see that error again. Object obstacle. It's not set beforehand. Line 17. No, that's in the manager. The manager broke. Why does Y distance not exist? Oh, because it's okay. Because I changed how it's referenced here. It doesn't know what it is. Object, or actually, other dot. Whenever you're in a with clause, you can use other and references the original code that's being referenced. So that's why it didn't know what Y distance was, since it was no longer a variable, so it wasn't referencing the variable version of it that's within this referencing. So I have to use other to tell it to use this one. Okay, there we go. That should work. Okay, does not know who the partner is. Top is true, top is false, obstacle should... Oh, that shouldn't mess with it, should it? Okay, we're having issues with it remembering its partner value. It should have kept track with that. Yes, thank you for the art. What would I do here? I need something Okay, let's go back to the error. So the issue is it's not remembering whenever I assign it a partner. So it falls off, goes to the right side. Yeah, I'll pull it up once I get this portion working. Okay, so the obstacle does not know its partner. In here we should be establishing the top obstacle as a reference, and within that telling it who its partner is. That should set a value for itself, not the right one. Okay, I'm just gonna var bottom obstacle is equal to this. Okay, with the bottom obstacle, the top obstacle's partner is the bottom obstacle. So they should be able to reference each other. Self might not be the right one that I was trying to use. It might actually be referencing the object itself rather than, or the object template rather than this instance. Okay, now it should be using the correct instance. Let's see if that addresses it. No, it still doesn't know who the partner is. Why does this not work? Well, given that at this stage I'm now creating both instances immediately, maybe I can just, nope. Maybe I can just assign the partners immediately. Partner, okay, I'm making sure I spelled it correctly. Partner, yes, that's spelled correctly. My only thought is maybe because it's a var, it's having trouble recognizing it. Yeah, I think it's because it's a var that it's throwing a fit. Maybe I should have just made a data structure. I guess the next other way I can do it is just try to find the object. How do I find an object? There should be a way that I can reference. Alright, let's look at here. Trying to find an object. If I'm just giving it a position, GML find object at position. Position meeting. Okay, what does it return? It returns a boolean. I want the object. Because if I can find the location, or find a reference to the object below me, then that could address that. Oh, if I need to get the unique ID, instance position. Okay. Check the position for collision with another instance or all instances of an object. Okay, so Okay, then this should work. Okay, we're going to have a workaround because I've already gone too far on this journey. I don't want to change this layout, so this creates so the top obstacle, bottom obstacle are created. The partner of this, so top is true, bottom is true, that's defined, and then I just need to get the ID of the obstacle below. So top obstacle dot partner. Something can't collide into itself. They're both actually created in the same spot, so I should be able to just check what's on top of my current position. So I should be able to just say partner is equal to, and then let me look back at that function instance underscore position at my x and y value. Sure, let me just move it over 1 to make sure. That should shift it over into the correct spot. We're looking for other object underscore obstacles. Let's see if that works. Why can't it figure out who its partner is? Its partner. Am I spelling this right? Oh, I'm dumb. Why did no one stop me? It probably was working at the very start. This is supposed to be inside if it's a top. Because the bottoms don't have any partners. For all I know, the original code was working over here. Okay, well, let me run this to see if this works first. Okay, yeah. Okay, something happened to the top, but we're... Is it the same height? No, it's the same height. Something's not working. Okay, well, that's a separate issue. Let me return back to the original code. Okay, where is it? Okay. I see. Okay, there we go. Something's happening. It's not the correct thing, but it's not crashing. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, we've got this working. Okay. Now we need to fix the, okay, on the obstacle side. Okay, if it's a top, the Y scale needs to be randomized. Oh, that's the issue. Because it needs to be reset back to 0, but we've already randomized it. We need the original Y scale. Yeah. Rookie mistakes. I'm ashamed of myself. Okay, we need to set it back to 1. Yes, I'm aware. There's a mistake. I'm trying to fix it. I know you can't go through... Okay, we set it back to 1. Actually, what am I doing? It shouldn't be times equals, because it's already 1. So let me change that. In our obstacle manager, this is not times equals, it's just that number. Okay, one less calculation. Okay, there we go. Are they random? Okay, they look different. Can't tell if they're actually different. Yeah, okay, yes. They're definitely, okay, yes, it's definitely randomly generating a new one each time. Okay. Now that we have this, we have it randomly generate a new path. We can tweak around with some of the values, but we've gotten the basics of the game going. Yes, I ate, I devoured, I consumed. Okay, so now let me get the sprite that I was very kindly donated by fans. Bird. Okay, let's see. How do I properly pull this over? Can I just drag and drop? Now I need to download these. Okay, apply. Okay, there we go. We've got one. Actually, this is crunching them down. Let me bring them in their proper glory. Yeah, I just need a counter. What is this? Why is it not taking in the sprite correctly? Let me go and edit and see if I can bring it in this way. Okay. That correctly scales it up. There we go. And then, oh, that's why. These are massive sprites. Truly a work of art. Okay, let me duplicate this because I'm going to tweak it a bit. Okay, that's the original one. I don't want to ruin that one. I'm going to scale this down to be reasonably sized. Okay, this has a little bit of it has character. Maybe I can do some touch-ups. Actually, no, I'm not gonna ruin it. It's already perfect. Okay, let's see. If I tell the player to now be the small version of the bird. Why? Why is the game harder suddenly? There, it's wonderful. Truly a work of art. Let me mess around with the collisions for this. Okay, collision mask. I'm gonna make this no precise. There, yeah, that's fine. I guess we can go precise per frame. We don't have much going on in the game, so it shouldn't be taxing onto systems. There, now we can get extremely close to different obstacles. Why is there this big gap? I just noticed that. What's this gap? Was that always there? I don't remember that gap being there. What changed? All we did was change the sprite and now the gap's different. What's going on? Am I tweaking? Am I gaslighting myself? There was not this gap before. Why is there this gap? Nothing else changed other than the sprite. Okay, no, we just go to the object manager. I thought I created 7 before and there was an issue with that. Okay, I'm gonna create 7 now. Malware, yeah. This sprite had malware injected inside of it. Okay, well, 7 obstacles seem to be working, though there is a slight gap there. Maybe I tweak it to be X distance is 315. Okay, that looks better spaced. There we go. Okay, so we've got the little guy flapping about. Alright. While the fans continue to create more content, I'm going to take a look at the pipe counter. Okay, so that would probably be not under game controller. We'll make a separate thing. I don't need a restart at the moment. I'm going to check for win conditions. Oh yes, okay, we got another submission for the sprite. SPRIT player dead. I guess let me rename that bird dead. And then jump into here. Can I drag it? No, I have to save it. Okay, beautiful. Truly a work of art. I'm thinking. I've got an idea. We'll mess with it later. Or should I do it now while I'm inspired? I was thinking, but grimace, but red. How should I do this? Trying to think of what looks best. I can either work on the dead mechanic triggering the end of the game. The score, I need to do the score first because the score is going to be tied to displaying something at the end whenever the player dies. So let me do that. Oh yeah, background could be good. Right now it's just a black screen. Let me change it to a slightly different color because the player has tiny little legs and it's a shame that we can't see that against the background. Let's see. How's that look? There. What is this? Maybe it's just, oh wait, what just happened here? Why is it doing that? All I've done is add another one of the sprites. The obstacle manager has to go back to 6. Still a kind of a slightly larger gap here. I could sit down and do a little bit more math to try to figure out the perfect spacing of it, but I prefer just eyeballing it for now. Okay, well, we've got that working. Okay, we need a counter. Every time we pass between a set of pipes, I need to increase my score. Do I keep track of that with the player? Do I instead create something else that keeps track of it? Actually, let's see. Roughly what pace do I get through? Whenever I pass 1 is roughly the point in which I could be lazy, and rather than tracking when the player gets through it, I can track whenever it reaches the end. Yeah, I'll be lazy. Okay, so whenever I go outside the room, I need to create something. I'm going to rename this rather than controller manager. Manager. Okay. And then with the manager, I'm going to create a score is equal to, oh no, score is a built-in thing. Pipes passed. This is going to be set to zero starting off. Then as we pass through, whenever the obstacle respawns, object underscore game manager dot pipes passed increases by 1. And so we only do this if it's a top, so it only does it once per pairing. I should stream Roblox. If I can get 30 concurrent viewers after I'm done, yes, I will play Roblox. I think I have it installed. But yes, I'll start up a second stream maybe, or just roll over from this one. Okay, nothing's broken. Now, game manager, pipes passed. Then I need to display text onto the screen in a nice little score thing. I don't remember how to draw that nicely. We have to set the goal high so that way we rise to the challenge. If I set such a low bar, then no one will be inspired to achieve it. Okay, let's look up drawing GML drawing text on screen. Draw text, how convenient. Blah blah. Draw text. Okay, we'll just copy and paste this. This is peak programming in the draw event. In this case, we're going to pull pipes passed. This is an integer. How do I cast this as a string? this will just be, I'm gonna write this in the top right, or top left. See what that looks like. There we go, it's right there. Pipes passed, beautiful, work of art. Okay, I'm gonna set it to start at -1 and only draw, let's see. How should I do this? Because technically there's the set of pipes. Right, let me look back at it. Because we kind of start at 1 because of the first set of pipes that leaves the map. So we're 1 ahead of where we should be, unless you count that very first pipe that we go through. I think if I start at -1, it looks better. I'll mess around with the display so it only starts at 0. See, look, it's almost always there. Okay, and then drawing pipes. Minimum of 0 or no, max, the larger of the two numbers. So even though I have it set to -1 just for the purpose of the fact that we have that first obstacle that falls off, pipes passed will display 0 before it displays. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now that looks like it's normal. See, we've tricked the system. It looks like everything's working, even though we've just come up with a jank way to count it. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Now, the game manager, I want to be on top. Let's give it a black background. Where is it? If I shift it over by 1 pixel, let's see here. I'm gonna pull up this to change the font, because if I get it layered, okay, the settings for this is draw set color. Let's look at set color. Draw set color, and then we're just gonna make this color black. So then the next one is black, and it should do that white. Will you be releasing a sprite pack? If we can hit 50 subscribers, I guess I could, or not, 50 concurrent viewers, I will post the sprite pack after completion. Nope, I drew these backwards. Supposed to draw the black one first and then the white one. There we go. Now we have a nice little outline. So it looks like it's got a slight shadow. Maybe I should also do one above it in the top left. So -1 and -1. Actually kind of looks funny with that extra thing on the front of it. I'm not sure if I like this one. Okay. This looks like it's working. We can mess around with the font size. Let's see. Okay, yes, I received that. Let me see if I can pop that open without... Nope, wrong one. Okay, didn't pop over on that screen. Let's see. I need to change the font for this. Now I've gotten submissions for music. I'll look at the music once I've gotten this font organized. But thank you for the music. I was about to say submission. Draw set font. Oh, I just created a new font asset. Font. Okay, so this will be font underscore and score. I want this reasonably sized. Let's look at what 36 looks like. Alright, that looks good enough. Arial is fine, and then going back to our manager, draw set font, and this will be our font score. There we go. It's good enough. We'll change these to not be yellow, and that should address most of the issue. Maybe let me shift that more than 1 pixel. Let's do 5. Five pixels is too much. That was a mistake. 3. Is the shadow too much? I think the main issue is this. Well, we're going to change this later, but I want to change this now. What is a softer color? There, that's not that harsh on the eyes. Yeah, this looks good. Okay. Music. Y'all want music? Let's take a look at where is it? Sounds. Great sound. Then choose a sound file from my downloads. I think this was the first one. Okay, something. This is music background 01, and then let me create another sound, music background 02. What a jolly beat. Nope, I don't know how to mess with that. And then this is, let me. See this, once I guess the main theme comes in, if I could just get an extension of that, that would be good. I can probably mess around with that Audacity. But yes, this beat is fire. Yeah, I like this one. Okay, I can throw that into the game manager. Play sound, and then sound ID is our music background 2. Priority doesn't matter. Loops true. We don't need any modifications to it. Let's see how that looks. See like how it feels whenever to have the song like repeat while playing. Yeah, I mean it's fine as is. I guess I don't need to grab that one. If I can get multiple songs, I don't think I've ever messed around with having more than one song play. Yeah, the game of the year is gonna win all the music awards too. Best composer, best game director, best game design, best story. Mess around with getting let's see, how do I check if I've never worked with audio that much. I'm curious if I can find a way to detect whenever a song has ended and then play a new song. I'm sure there's a way. Okay, yes. There's a check for if the audio is playing. If that's true, then we can swap it. So I can just rotate between these two songs. This should work. Yeah, we'll mess around with that, with shrinking in, making it more challenging. Let me get the song thing working. Okay, so now should I have this here or make this as a separate thing, because this is handling the game and now I'm doing both the score and music. I guess this is appropriate. There's nothing too crazy going on in here. So pipes passed, playing that. This is going to be false. We're not going to loop it. In the step event, we're going to check to see if something is playing. That one is audio is playing. Let's see. I've seen an example of this. Okay, just check to see if the background music, background 1 is playing. So if this is playing, I need to do a little bit more thought. So I need to check to see what song is playing so I know which is the next song to play. Maybe I should make this separate because I'll make a separate object. So object music manager. So pull this out of here, go to music manager, create. So in the create event, we play the first song. And so current song is music background. Make sure no music is left in here. We don't need the step event anymore. All right, there we go. Let me make sure it is in the room before I wonder why no music is playing. Back to the music manager. Let me organize this while I'm in here. Where is it? The group. There we go. Managers, and so that is music object. And awesome. Okay, there we go. So that makes it just a bit cleaner to organize. Okay, current song is music 2. We play music 2, we do not loop it. We then enter the step event, and in the step event we're checking to see what is currently playing. Actually, since we only have 2 songs, I'll check if any of them are currently playing. So if, what is it? No, wrong one. What was the audio is playing? If audio is playing, then the current song, yeah, there we go. The current song sorry, if the audio is not playing the current song, then current song should shift to the other one. Is there a switch case structure? No, that wouldn't make sense here. Actually, would it switch if it's that, then it switches to that? It only works in this tiny case. If current song is equal to music background 1, then current song should switch to be music background 2. Else, this only works because we only have 2 songs. Current song is music background 1 now. Okay, so if the current song is not being played, then we're going to switch the current song to be something new and then play the new current song. Oh, we got the extended cut. Let me download this. Oh, wait, what else do I need? Sound ID, priority, false. Okay, let's check to see what the extended cut sounds like. So I'm going to actually just have 2 replaced with that one. We don't need 3. Or wait, did I flip these? Oh no, yeah. Okay, cycle between that. Let's take a look at assuming I programmed this correctly. Why is this gap here? See, this. Anytime I download anything from anyone, something throws off something within the game. What does this? To the manager. I'm going to set this to 7. It's going to work fine. I'm going to download something from someone and then it's going to change it. At this point I should probably just do the math to get it to work correctly since it's becoming such an issue. to reduce the distance between the gap, and so that is why we had conveniently in the manager set y distance. So what I can do is slowly decrease y distance over in here. It references y distance. So every time we go through, if it's a top, we can update y distance to be slightly smaller. I need to set a minimum. Because right now it's 400. I would say maybe 100. Or no, 150 should be the smallest. And the current y distance, maybe decrease it by 10%, so times 0.9. So it gradually gets smaller. Okay, that is already way too small. Why did it shrink? Oh, it's a min. I'm supposed to do max. Maybe 95%. So it's not that dramatic. And then limit the player jumping to 12. Let me shift the obstacle manager to be, let's do 3 to 12, and here, wait, no, the obstacle whenever it respawns should also be 3 to 12. Okay, that gives a greater variety. Yeah, there we go. So we're more on the top of the screen. Okay, when the player collides with an obstacle, we restart the game. Whenever we go outside the room, we restart the game. Instead, we should have something else that happens. I want the player to die, our score to get larger and move towards the center. Okay, so game restarts. What we need to have happen is I think I can get the parent object to freeze everyone's values. No, that wouldn't work. Hmm. Hmm. We can have a state machine, I guess, established with this, and so let's see. How do I set the enum correctly? I forget. Let me look it up. I essentially want to clarify or to establish a state machine so that way I can get it to functionally know either is the game being played or done. And then by having a active state, the other components can check what is the current state, and then if it detects that the game has stopped, to also stop its movements. So enum constants. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to remember what I'm thinking of, but let's just go ahead and set bonjour. We can do game state and establish that the current state is, of course, playing. How do I do this? I'm trying to remember how I set this up before. GML state machine, because there's a more proper way of what I'm trying to do. It does say enums. Okay, how do I do enums then? Game state would be playing, has to have a value, or dead. Does that work? It has two states. It looks like it's working. Okay. I'd have to learn how to code a Roblox game, but that would be interesting. Maybe we can do that one at the 500 subscription mark. Okay, game state, plain or dead. Then the starting game state. Current state is equal to game underscore state dot plain okay, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so we have our game state. We're either plain or we're dead. I think these are supposed to be all caps. I think that's the standard. I think that's the way you do it, or the expectation. But okay, current state, we're plain. So what I can do is our movement script. We move only if we're plain. If object underscore game manager is equal to their current state is equal to let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay, if the current state of the game is the plain status, we do this. Let's run that. Okay, everything's working. Now I'm going to remove the restart triggers whenever we collide. And instead just switch to, maybe I should make this a global. This is something that would be appropriate as a global. Macro, is that how you make it global? I'm trying to think of how to make global variables. Oh, just global dot, okay. Yeah, I was thinking about adding a high score. We have to get it to detect that the game has ended and then start figuring out how to save stuff. I was wanting to be lazy and hope no one mentioned the high score, but it would be appropriate to have that or have something tracked. The simplest way, the laziest way, would be only track it for the instance, and then after you close the game out, you lose your high score, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of having the high score, so then I should include some type of saving for this, which means I'm going to have to look up how to save stuff, but I guess I'm already here, so let's see. Damn, it's already been 2 hours, 2.5 hours. We're making good progress. Okay, current state, plain, global dot current state is this. Okay, so we have a global current state. Our movement will only trigger if our global current state is plain. Yes, I might have to just watch my own video on how to create high scores. Okay, otherwise we don't do this. And then in our player state, global dot current state is now going to be set to game state dot dead. Okay, we can trigger that. Okay. And then I still have the old restart for 0, so I can mess around with stuff. Okay, see? That was good. Okay, the gaps continue to shrink, which is progress. let's turn this into a script. Actually, this should just be scripts. I don't think I have enough scripts to warrant it. Scripts. And so function end game so over in our player, let's grab this. We don't need that there either because we're moving it into the script. And then audio stop, all music stops. That way we can, if we create another song, play another one or a sad tune. So then in here I can do end game for both of these. And so now I'm referencing only a single function rather than writing 2 lines of code. So there we go. This also will stop that. And then he's still flapping his wings, unknowing, but he's dead. Why did this just happen? I flew off the screen, and now this song is playing. I'm supposed to... Oh, because the game manager still checks it. Okay, I need to go to the game manager and tell it to stop doing that. Or no, music manager. Because it just checks if the current song is playing, not whether it should be playing a song. So if game state dot I guess the most appropriate if current state is equal to game state playing and audio is playing on the current song. Okay, if the current state is the playing state and the audio is currently playing the song, then I can do all of that. Okay, yeah, thank you for making the death sound or death music. Where did I go wrong? Global current state. Okay, it's working. Music stopping. Game has stopped. I wanted to... Let's see. Can I just delete the player? End game. I mean, we could just freeze it, and then the easier thing would be to get an object, obj, object, player, dead. So, I can have in the end game, music stops, all of that stops. I then can shift over, yeah, I should be able to, so let's go to the end game script. Instance underscore delete destroy. That destroys the player. It should stop it from checking for collisions. And then instance underscore create I guess it doesn't matter depth. Actually, I do want this on the highest layer. The player's already on the highest layer, so it shouldn't matter. Yeah, depth. I want this to be in the center. Is there a center? No. room center, nope, room width, divide by 2. Room is not the right one. Well, our camera is not bigger than our room, so this will be fine. Room height, divide by 2. So this should also center it in our viewport, but since we're not making this too complicated, we don't have to worry about a viewport. So that should center it in the room. Depth doesn't matter. We're just creating our player dead, obj player dead. Okay, then here is where I want to grab the dead sprite. No, that's, yeah, there you go. He's got the X's on this eyes. This is the correct one. I just realized, isn't this the Roblox face or smile or something? Okay, should create that. He will be, player dead will be massive. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Let me center the sprite. Okay, sprite center is in the center there. Okay, where is player dead? No, we're doing it in the script. Yeah, I'll just do it in the correct layer. Layer, and he will be on the top for the player. He's on the player layer, should be centered. Let me go back to this and manually center him since he's not centered in the sprite. Why is he not? Player layer is on top of the obstacles. Let me go to the obstacle manager, create depth. Okay, I'm just going to put these layer to make sure they're in the correct position. I thought it would put it in the correct spot, but I could be mistaken. Obstacles. I should be able to find the soundbite. I think I can re-download them because I don't remember where they're at. Okay, XY depth. This is going to be on a layer instead. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Beautiful. Work of art. Masterpiece. Okay. I want him to kind of like spin into existence. And so, dead player. Okay. Whenever he is created, image X scale is going to be equal to 0.01, so 1% of his normal size, and the image Y scale will be the same. Then each step event, I'm going to scale him up. Image underscore X scale is going to be equal to the smaller of these two values, either the image underscore X scale times 1.1, so he slowly grows, or 100, or actually 1. That's the largest they can be, so the normal size. And then the Y scale, image underscore Y scale, will just be equal to image underscore X scale. And image underscore rotate. Is sprite rotate? Sprite rotate, or no, sorry, X angle. Angle random square angle. There you go. Is going to be plus. I want this to start to be spinning, but progressively slow down. Plus equals. Let's just do. Spin speed is equal in angles. I want to be going 5 pixels a frame, or 5 degrees a frame. Is that good? We'll do 15. Okay, spin speed is that, plus equals spin speed. But spin speed is going to be slowing down. Is equal to the larger of the two values. Eventually it'll be a 0, and then it'll be spin speed times 0.99. No, it'll never reach 0. It'll effectively be 0, but no, I should do spin speed minus 0.5. Let's see what this looks like. So now he should be small, progressively get larger, and be spinning. Okay, we can work on the spinning, but he does accomplish this. Let's do this as it only increases by 1%. Okay, 1% is too little. Let's try 5%. Let's decrease this to 0, or 0.05. That's good. Maybe 0.1. Just so it's different each time, we can do image underscore angle is set equal to random range between 0 and 360 or 359. And then if we die again, it should spin slightly differently. Yeah. There we go. Spins a little bit longer than I think it should. So then I need to have it decrease by maybe 0.12. All right, I think I'm satisfied with this. Maybe 0.1, 0.11. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay, it spins. That pops up. I want to shift the text towards the middle. Or the score. That's in Game Manager, the draw event, do that. So I want the text to shift if, so this is still happening every frame. Let me see what would look nice. So I die, it spins, and then this shifting towards the middle. Do we want the number to appear like on his belly? like this just grows down. Or just have that go away and then new text pop up, or maybe just highlight that. I'm not sure. You pass one, you die. Okay. So if I center this, so this is just drawing the score. The position has to, so score X, position X is equal to 0, score position Y is equal to 0. So let me place these down just because I'm lazy, because this will make it slightly more convenient for me in the next moment. Okay, all of this is shifted accordingly. Okay, so that just draws the score. If we can have that there and then slowly move it down as we need it, we can then I want it to gradually move towards the center. This would, you set the target value of where you want to go. Let's see, if we have a target value and then we slowly move towards it, we don't need to move at all until later. Okay, this is initialized over at the create event. So that's where it starts. If our global dot current state is equal to game state underscore or dot dead, I believe I received a new submission, death sound. Let me go ahead and download that one. If our current state is equal to the dead state, then that means we need to start transitioning the text from the top corner down to the center. So we can then have score position is going to gradually move towards room.center. So room.center is our goal. It is going to be equal to the, we're moving down, so minimum of these two values. It'll be score position plus equals, or plus 1, or room width divided by 2. We do the same thing with the Y value. Current score position X and score position Y plus 1 up to room height divided by 2. This should gradually bring us towards the middle until it reaches that spot. Well, let's just see what that looks like. And then I'll take a look at the music. Okay, score is moving way too slow. Okay, but that does move it. Okay, let's do this at 3 pixels and the Y position as 2 pixels. Since our screen is slightly less, there, that's faster. Is that fast enough though? Either increase the X value or decrease the Y value. And then I also want to scale it up. And I want the number to be in his belly. Oh, do we need to increase the size? I just need to shift it over accordingly. So that's what, like, let's subtract 100 pixels. Room width minus, let's do 150. Okay. Maybe a little bit more. Okay. I have gotten the death sound, so let me go ahead and create that. Death sound death. Let's see what we got here.
Man, I'm dead.
Interesting. I guess I can go in the script. Yeah, because we're already doing everything else. Audio underscore play sound. Sound underscore death. No priority. Yeah, I can drop the audio false and leave the rest of that out. Let me go to sound death. Yeah, let me see if I've got another submission for sound death. Let me take a look at that one. Okay, let's look at the alternate. So we know there's that one.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so then we've got those two sounds. Which one does chat want? Chat.
Man, I'm dead.
What do you want? Sound 1 or sound 2? While y'all decide that, I will be working on the game. Let's see. This shifts over. Okay, the vote is currently tied. Let me go back to, okay, that's good. This is being shifted over. I need to increase the font score. How do I mess around with increasing font progressively? think I can change the font size. Okay, draw set font, font underscore score dot size. Does it have a size value? I don't think it does. GML font size. How do I enlarge fonts? There we go. Oh, draw.set size. Is that really it? Draw set size. What are the people on the internet lying about? This is why I can't believe everyone. And of course, the most downvoted thing is the only one that actually works. Oh, I guess, yeah, I could randomly select one. Let me do that. Whereas when the player dies is handled by a script. It'll choose between sound death and sound death 2. Why is it not liking sound death 2? Choose. Oh, I spelled it wrong. That's why. There we go. Okay, let's see. So that's happening there. Still on getting the font to grow. Looking at this, the link that they took me to doesn't go anywhere. How could they do this to me? Draw text transform. Text transform. It doesn't exist. Everyone on the internet lies. Okay, it doesn't look like there's a native way to increase the scaling of it. It's that you just have a different size. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, so apparently you need to create a separate font if you want it to progressively scale. I don't feel like doing that. So we're just gonna keep it at the current size because I'm lazy and see what that looks like here.
Man, I'm dead.
Maybe once it gets to the end, it gets a bigger font. We'll see what that looks like. this actually can be up here. Okay, font is equal to font score final, or in the create event, font is equal to font score. Draw, this just draws the font. Okay, assuming I typed everything right.
Man, I'm dead.
Now I can shift it a little bit more. Okay, and I think that should be good.
Man, I'm dead.
Like, it's supposed to be choosing between the two, but I think it's just guessing, or it's been picking the same one.
Man, I'm man, man, man,
Man,
Oh, there
man,
it
man, I'm dead.
goes. Okay.
man, I'm dead.
Okay. So we now have the base game complete. It shows your stuff. You're able to play a single
Man,
game,
I'm dead.
get to the completion of it. It says here. Then we just need to put instructions on how to restart the game once we're here.
Man, I'm dead.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay. So we can go into so once the position is set to here, I'm trying to figure out where. Once it detects that it's been moved to the center and the final position is set, then I guess I can just have it pop up with the instruction on how to so if score position X is equal to room width divided by 2 minus 450, that's the final position that I was trying to reach. Then inside here, then I wanted to draw new text. Press any key to restart. And this will just be same X value, same Y value. Actually, same X value. The Y value should be shifted down by. Shift that back. Y position moving down, so we add 100. I will do 200. Okay, let's just see what that looks like.
Man, I'm dead.
Oh, actually, I should be checking it off a little again.
Man, I'm dead.
Yeah, I think I need to shift it with y value. Once the y value hits the bottom,
Man, I'm dead.
y'all saw that. Why did it do that?
Man, I'm dead. Man, I'm dead.
Did I do the math wrong? Minus 450. Oh no, it's just here. There we go.
Man, I'm dead. Man, I'm dead.
Actually, I should tell them to press spacebar. Press spacebar so they're in the correct position. Okay, and then with that, I guess I can just do the event in here. If key check pressed. Key underscore check. Keyboard check pressed of virtual keyboard spacebar. Then game underscore restart. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I can play, nothing from the base game is broken. I go through, make progress, die.
Man, I'm dead.
There we go, and now we can play again. So the last thing I need to do is high score.
Man, I'm dead.
Whatever our challenge was, 25, 30 concurrent viewers.
Man, I'm dead.
Man, I'm dead.
So with that, I just need to keep track of stuff. Okay, now how do I save a variable? Okay. Okay, I think I found it. Assuming these people aren't lying to me on the internet. Let's see if this works. Nope. Tab this over. Okay. You open a data file, read in the high score, last. If the global points, in this case, we don't have global points. If our okay, if nothing's found there, then it puts 0. Okay. And then here would be not global points, but instead pipes passed. If pipes passed is greater than whatever we read in the high score, we write to the high score pipes passed. Last is now equal to pipes passed. What is this line here for? What is this necessary? What is this accomplished? Oh, I guess if you're continuously playing, so that way it knows what the current high score is. Okay, let me run this to see if it crashes.
Man, I'm dead. Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so that's working. Then that means the only thing I need to worry about, since it is supposedly saving that information.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so now I want to keep track of what the high score is. So I guess that stays within the manager whenever we open it up. We'll just copy this, throw it over here. We don't need half of it. Open the file, read it. Okay, yep. And then close the file. High score, there we go. Draw last is supposed to be that, or I guess this could stay there. High score should be more valid. So okay, the last high score was that. Do I need to keep track of that? I've already opened that up earlier. Why is it necessary to keep track of this here? Do I need this information? No, I don't, because I already opened it before. Okay, that looks like it's working. So we get the initial high score. No, I will not add skibbity toilet or skibby toilet. Okay, so I've read the current score. Given that information, I want to draw in the top right of the screen, or maybe it's right below it. Maybe I could just draw right below. Should I? So that way you can see your goal? Or should you only be able to see the high score at the end and not know what your goal is? Because I'll get copyright struck, so that's why I can't add skibby toilet. This all has to be brand new content. Let's see, what can I do here? Okay, so I want to draw additional text. So that handles the final score, previous high score. Maybe I just draw. Yeah, I'm gonna be lazy. I'm only gonna draw the high score at the end. So here it draws that this can be put at the bottom. Okay, yeah, here. So as soon as we detect that we're dead, we get all that information, we open it up, we pass in if we have a new score. That's one thing. Actually, no, it should be in the other spot because I need that to reduce checks on one thing. Okay. Trying to find the best spot for this. Okay, so this draws instructions, takes in the restart. I also update. I guess technically I should do that before they're allowed to restart. Yeah, okay, I do this before. Okay, so check the score, figure that out. If the high score is equal to pipes passed, I mean that we now have the new high score, then we should write somewhere congratulating them with new high score. I'm doing this so often, I might as well just make another script because I'm getting angry at all this extra text. Yeah, I had a feeling about that. Maybe I should not have that as my sound. Okay, high score. Oh yeah, I should probably do this. Okay, high score is there. If we have a new high score, then we can just... Oh, let me create a script for drawing the text. Draw text. There's already a draw text. My text. Okay, so we take the X and Y positions, and then we take the text itself. Then let me go back to our thing. Everywhere we draw text, grab this. Go back to here. This will just be X, Y, X, Y, and then Okay, that should shrink down how many lines are in use. I disliked how much repeating was going on after a while. So now all I should have to say is draw my text, X and Y positions, and then the string. Let me see if that works. Draw my text, X and Y position, then draw my text, close that off, score position. Actually, I should just update the previous text. No, that wouldn't make sense. Score position X, score position Y, and then new high score. Where would this best fit? Above it? Okay, let's see if that works.
Man, I'm dead.
No, high score. I forgot to change the name of the variable. High underscore score. That fixes that. I'm gonna just swap death sound to instead be, what's another sound effect?
Bye.
Yeah, that works.
Bye.
Okay, so that does
Bye.
that. Though it's saying new high score no matter what,
Bye.
I need to stop.
Bye. Bye.
Why? How do I suck at my own game? There we go. Okay.
Bye.
Alright.
Bye.
Okay, it's correctly reading what the previous high score was. Is that correct? Is that what I wanted to game restart?
Bye.
Okay, so it checks there. It sees, okay, pipes pass, new high score.
Bye.
This should not say new high score.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so yes, I should put something so that way you know what the previous high score was.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, this should say new high score. Okay, it looks like it's working. So now I just want to display what the previous high score was, and then I think I can settle and get done with this. Where is it? then let's see, close this. High score is equal to this. Draw that. So if we have the new high score, we draw that. Otherwise, this would tell us that our score is not the high score, so we can say what the previous high score was. Yes, I can sell it on Steam for $100. I'll be rich. I can retire then. High score colon, and then concatenate that to the string of the previous high score, which is stored in the variable high score.
Bruh.
Okay, the high score, okay, it is correctly saving it. Alright. So we see that we only got 0 pipes. The high score was 15. We got 0. Press spacebar to restart. Okay, let me beat my previous high score.
Bruh.
I was so close. Fortunately, we haven't had that issue happen again where there's the weird double obstacles next to each other. I'm not sure what caused it.
Man, I'm dead.
So close. They should say we got a new high score. Okay, new high score.
Bruh.
And then it should show that the high score is now 18. Yes, okay. Everything looks like it is working. I think I'm done. Okay. Now I need to figure out, there's special things that you can do with, is it preferences, build, I'm gonna log in. I'm not gonna do that while you're watching me. Preferences, where is it? There's a way you can get it to like change the name of the project, or like the, is it settings? Where's the settings? I forget. Game options, there we go. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Template, image. Platform settings, graphics. So product information, this is Flying Bird Mr. Duran edition. This is version 1. Mr. Duran Studios. Flying Bird Mr. Duran edition. Copyright, yes. A Mr. Duran game. Apply, graphics, blah blah. Okay, icon. We can grab from downloads. Oh, it needs a special file. I can't just throw a picture. Like, well, that stuff I don't really care about. That's all good. Let me go back to game options. Okay, let's see.
Bruh.
Yeah, it says Flying Bird, Mr. Duran edition. We never changed the
Bruh.
obstacles, but I mean, I think they're fine as is. We also never created a background for it. But it's fine. It has a quaint appearance in its current status.
Man, I'm dead.
It's just not possible. A certain element of his luck, I guess.
Man, I'm dead.
Alrighty. Well,
Man, I'm dead.
I guess that's where I end the stream. Unless unless y'all can think of something special to add on to this. If you want to do a background, an intro, I guess making a menu is kind of effort. Oh, I guess I could just have text on leave it in the same room. I guess, okay, yeah. I guess an intro, so where you can press start and then begin the game. That's good, yeah, okay. Let me do a brief break so I can fill up my water bottle. And then we can come back to this. Where is the... Here we go. Nope, that's the wrong one. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Change this. Okay, so brief break. Let me go get water, and then I should be set, and then y'all can have time on doing the background. All right, I'll be back. submission for a more proper looped song for the background music. So let me take a look at. Maybe we have this as the intro, and then the actual game itself will instead be this. Let's see how it looks at the end. Okay, let me change it so instead we just play the main song. So background true. Actually, we're gonna have to mess around with this since we're going to have the main menu present. So let's see, or not like a little prompt before the game begins. So I'm gonna add a new state because we now have waiting or start. So there's a start state, then the playing state, and the dead state. We only move if we're in the playing. Let's see. Current state is the start state. Let's see if anything breaks because of that. Okay, nothing was breaking, which is good. Okay, so it looks like our state machine was properly set up, which is convenient. Us adding this extra state shouldn't cause any problems. Okay, so we're in the start state, and so if we're in the start state, there should be a little prompt that is there. Oh, I received a very nice background. Let's take a look at it. Where is it? Sprite, new sprite. Oh, I need to import the sprite. Sprite underscore background. Then there we go, it's beautiful. Then let's take a look at what the room looks like. If I select for the background, it is going to use this. I'm going to have it vertical tile, nope, horizontal tile, so then, oh, it looks great. And then let me see if I can just extend it myself, because my screen is a little, where is it? No, let me just click on the room. It's 1200. Our background sadly needs to be shifted. Oh, I can just make a background. Can I grab a color? Scale this to be 120 or 1200. And then that actually should just address it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, everything looks good. The font still looks good with that, so okay, everything's good colors. Alright, thank you for the background and thank you all for the music. Where are we? Okay, game manager. We're trying to figure out. Okay, we're in the start state. I need to draw the text for the start state. actually, I could just do a switch case structure here. Let's see. This should be good. Nothing needs to be messed around with here now. That's done. Draw sets for whatever the font is supposed to be. Let me look up switch case structures. GML switch case structure. Oh, it's just switch. Okay. So based off of that does that, that does that. We should just have I'm trying to think of how to put this together nicely. Well, this is always being drawn, no matter what. So this is always present, so it's irrelevant. If I set this to switch on global dot game state game, what is the variable? I already forgot it. Global current state, there we go. So switching off of the current state, if we're in game state dot dead, then we do this break so there's that. If we're instead in the case for game state dot start, then here I would just draw the other little bit of text. So draw my text and then just check to see how do I like my game devs. I prefer them, I would say well done, or well. Draw my text and then my exposition. I want this centered in the screen, so at this point, how many times I've referenced this, I'm just going to make this a variable because I typed that too much. Center X is equal to room width divided by 2. Center Y is equal to room height divided by 2. Then everywhere I've had to type that, I can now abbreviate it. Center X, this is center Y. Right. That is much cleaner. Okay, draw the text. I'm drawing this at center X, center Y, X value. I'm going to shift it by like 200. Then I'm going to say press space bar to begin. It doesn't have any set font here. Well, actually, it does. It has it set from before. Set the font to whatever it should be. That goes through. Technically, there's a frame where all the fonts are slightly off of what they're supposed to be. Know if it'll be noticeable. Let me put this to. Oh, actually. Yeah. Let me redo that. Draw set font. Our starting font. I'm going to rename this from final to be large. So there's a normal score and then large. This will be large. Set the font to whatever it's supposed to be at start. Let's see. Okay, everything looks like it's referencing correctly. Okay, and I just need to add another state. Okay, so it's the correct font. This can go back down here because the font has already been set before. No, it hasn't. Okay, yes. So that's there. Font is set. If we're in the game start state, we have that in the middle of the screen. Maybe 250. Draw that, and then I can be lazy and just copy and paste this. Game, and then now we would switch the current state. Global current state is now going to be equal to game underscore state dot playing. So if I press this space bar, then it begins playing the game. Another break. Another case for game underscore state dot plane. Nope. Break at the end. Okay, now inside of here, this is just to set the font to now be equal to no, there's a slight issue. Our draw text for the score is going to be kind of wonky. I think this is always going to be like this. Right before I draw this text. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Return this to font underscore score. That stays like that. Over here, if it's dead, it switches to large. Here, I just set the font to be font underscore large because I just want that text to be huge. This should not mess with anything because the font is already in the small state. I don't think I need to put a state for this. Okay, let's just see what this does. No music should play. No. Actually, there it goes. So press spacebar to begin. Yeah, shift that over a little bit more. Okay, there we go. That looks centered enough. Press spacebar. And then yes, there it goes. It's working.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, something broke. We no longer have the high score or anything triggering correctly. Why? What did we break? Yeah, it is looking beautiful, but something broke. Why would it break? I don't think I messed with anything. Okay, so we're in the start state. Our current state now is in the playing state.
Bruh.
We've entered the dead state. Why is the other information not appearing on the screen? How have I broken our functional game? Okay, thank you for being the timer. Okay. This is all right. Is the issue, it's not detecting that we've gone to the center. Why have we not detected that we're there? This is the trigger. Center. Oh, I'm dumb. This is supposed to be center Y. There we go. Okay. False alarm. Nothing was broken. I just put the wrong number.
Bruh.
High score is 18. Okay, everything's good. Press spacebar. Now we're back to here. Now, do we need this? Let me rephrase. Press spacebar. Press any key to return to start. Is there an any key? There we go, any key. Then I want to mess with the music manager since we have this. Now that we're making this good progress, current song should be menu. Actually, we only have 2 songs, but we play. We loop it. Okay, whenever it starts, it's playing the current song. If the current state is now playing, at a shop, that's that. Now you're. I'll see how I feel after I get the music working. That would be interesting. I would have to have different little sprites for outfits for him. I guess as if you can have a tracking total. It's not impossible. I've never done something like that before, but you know, in dramatically increasing the challenge of this. Maybe that is something I can return at a later stream. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. Battle pass? Yeah, for the battle pass. So the game is going to be free, but you can pay $100 to get through the battle pass instantly and get all of the skins. Otherwise, you have to earn it. You have to get like 1,000 pipes per level, and you only get a new skin at the end of 100 levels. So yeah, there we go. We've got a good monetization process here. Okay, this will start the opening song. Challenge myself. Okay, we start, the song's playing. We go into here. Global is equal to current state. Current state is if it's playing and we're not playing. Well, this is back whenever we have the different songs. Because we're supposed to be looping if we're on the menu. So I want to stop the music once we switch states. You're not paying to win, you're just paying for cosmetics. There's no harm. You don't have to get the cosmetics do not improve performance. So no one has to pay anything to play the game. And then here I stop the music. Audio, stop, all, okay. Is there a fade out? Audio, fade, fall off. Maybe, okay. I'm just gonna stop the audio, stop. Okay, stop the original song. Then we go back to the music manager. If the current state is now playing, then the current song should now be background 2. And I need to make sure, because if I just left it at this, it's going to actually play the same song multiple times, or have multiple versions of the song playing simultaneously. So I can put in, as long as audio playing. Let me undelete that. Is playing, okay. Okay, I think this should work. So it just loops this endlessly until the player starts the game.
Bruh.
Multiplayer. Once I learn how to use remote play on Steam, maybe it'll be split screen. How would you do co-op in this game? It'd be interesting. It would have to be like a race. I don't see a way you can do co-op.
Man, I'm dead.
Press any key. Yep, any key does work. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty good. Okay.
Bruh.
Damn. We can think on future ports, yeah. Right now, this is just... Maybe I need to change it. This is not version 1, this is version, like, 0.1. We'll slowly add on to this until I can release it on the game store. All devices. And then make it a requirement if you're in my class that you have to play the game. Yeah, I think this is the X moves whenever you're trying to click it. Okay, so let me try to think of how to do a cosmetic store.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so if our currency is going to be just clearing pipes, then what we can do is whenever I have my game manager save the information, I can keep track of how many pipes the player has cleared in this session. If we set it up in such a way that we're just, yeah, right now let's just track all of the pipes cleared. Actually, I think I can actually save that as a variable. Actually, I can save it into the file, so it's not even in the session. It's permanently tied with your game. Now, it is per, I guess, user. So if there's separate users, then it can change up. So I guess, yeah, let's implement that. Let's go to Game Manager. Draw. This is the point where I probably should have break some of these things apart since it's slowly incorporating more and more content. But I think we have a good outline that it shouldn't be too hard to add in. Okay, so we write high score, passed. Okay, total pipes. Let me draw something else. Right below this, we should draw total pipes. So this will be, let's do 100 pixels below, total pipes passed, and this will be actually, I'll write that there, and then we write another value. Total pipes. Total pipes. It doesn't exist because over here we need to read that value. Total pipes. Okay, so initially it should be set to 0. We have that stored there. I'm not going to increase this until after you finish the session. That makes it easier. And this will be total pipes. I've typed the word pipe out so many times that it's starting to look like it's spelled wrong.
Man, I'm dead. Bruh.
Drop this to be a little smaller. Plus pipes passed. Hello.
Bruh.
Okay, so it does that.
Bruh.
It will not update. Did I spell something wrong? Total pipes here. Yeah, kind of. I get the DK vibes too.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so the total is 0. After it's finished, it should start. Why is total?
Man, I'm dead.
How can I not get this to work? Wait, it's not saving. Something's not letting me save this. Yeah, see, look, this little thing off to the side means something's wrong. What is the problem? Okay, it looks like it's properly saved now. Let's see if that works.
Bruh.
I need to actually earn points to test this.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so it ends like this. It should now save the value. It's not saving the value. Okay, this is fine here. Total pipes, that's just drawing a number. The number is pulled from here. That's, yeah, the same variable. It's looking at the total pipes value, which should, let me just hard code it and tell it to put 10 to see if there's some type of math messing up in the background.
Bruh.
Okay, it should write 10 to the file. Oh, I found the issue. The issue wasn't that. Because it only writes that if it's the high score. I've now fixed it so it writes it all the time.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, now the test is see, is it going to be there next? Okay, there it is. We're increasing. Okay, we now have a total.
Bruh. Bruh. Man, I'm dead.
Okay, it looks good. So now that we have a running total of how many you've been around. I'm trying to think of how to set up the shop because I don't
Man,
want
I'm
to
dead.
deal with making a menu because that takes a long time. I think that was like one of the longer videos I made for my series on making the platformers, building the menu. I don't want to do that. I'm lazy. But let's see. Trying to think. I cannot think with the song playing. Stop.
Bruh.
Okay. So, what I could do, let me open up Paint again. Stop this. Okay.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so with this, what I'm envisioning, let me see, can I? Okay, I'm gonna draw a bird is here. The little obstacles or whatnot are around the screen, and it says start the game by pressing spacebar. So we've got our total, whatever the number is. Let's just put 5, and then our starting value is 0. Okay, so the simplest, ugliest way that I can think of doing it without requiring me to put any extra code or too much extra code is whenever you're at the start screen, you can press specific keys. Okay, like press the number 1 to buy this, and then it adds that or changes that. One idea would be just to see, the issue is the dead character. Okay, so for instance, let's say there's a hat. So you can put a hat on your little person. And so you press the number 1, and then this has like a price of like 100 pipes. And then you get a hat for your little person. But should this stay? I feel like it. Well, we can do it step by step. Just getting it to show up is one thing, and then there's a little hat that follows the person around. The easiest way I can implement that is just having a sprite with that's an object and have it kind of match with the character and just follow him around. Maybe change the color of the sprite too. We'll see. Like different colored birds. It's possible. We can do that. I'll just deduct the transaction. So if you accidentally buy the hat twice, I'll just charge you twice, but only give you 1 hat. It's your fault for buying the same thing twice. You only have 1 head. Or should I just stack the hats on it like Team Fortress? That would be entertaining. But more effort than I care for, because I don't want to add collisions for the hat. I just want it purely cosmetic. We'll see. Okay. Now you move this off to the side. Let me stop this. Okay. We're in the room. I'm gonna create a new thing to manage the store. Object store manager. So we're trying to keep track of how much we've got. I was not wanting to deal with the hitboxes, so that's why I didn't want to deal with hat stacking. So I don't think I'll continue with that because I just want it purely cosmetic. So we'll see. We'll see how I feel. Okay, what size is the bird? Okay, that's the original bird. Bird small, 64 by 64. Okay, if I create a actually, I guess I don't need to create another object. I can just create another sprite. That'd be easier. Duplicate. Actually, no, it wouldn't because there's several different variations. This would not be wise. This is not a sustainable model. Sprite hat. No, wait, no. What? This I accidentally created an object over here. Rename object hat. Create sprite hat, and then let's give them like a top hat. Let me see. This is gonna look absolutely horrible. There, that's his hat. Then let me actually make sure it's. Actually, this hat is way too big for him. I need to scale this down to like. Let's do 32. That looks horrible. Let me just scale it down further. But yeah, I need to make sure it's actually smaller, much smaller. This looks really bad. I don't think if I did not know what I was trying to create originally, I think I would not know what I'm looking at. Let me create a new category. Shop items. Okay, I'm just curious what this looks like. He's got a tiny hat. Let me get this to... I guess I can make it a little bit bigger. This leprechaun hat, yeah, we can go with that. It looks good enough. Yeah, there we go. It actually looks decent. Okay. So that's what it would look like on him. We can then... If y'all can submit tiny sprites, like no more than 24 by 24, I'll throw as many of them into the shop items as possible. Let's see. I should probably create a parent object for this since things will probably be inheriting. Let's see what will be the best way to do this. All of them have to follow around the player. Okay, so this is going to be obj object parent shop. And then I'm going to add create event doesn't really matter, it's a step event. Step event where we follow, I guess create event. X offset is equal to 0, Y offset is equal to 0. That's just going to specify where it's supposed to be. Maybe I should make this as a delete. Begin step event. Or in, so it's slightly delayed, yeah. X is equal to X offset, Y is equal to Y offset. And since we're following around the player, it'll be object player dot X plus the offset. Y plus the offset. Okay, so everything should just end up copying from this code. Let me put this in the, nope, that's the parent. Yeah, okay. So here, everything's supposed to do that. This is going to inherit from the shop parent. Okay. So our offset is actually going to be slightly different. Override it. Y offset. How many pixels? Up. That should be from the bird. We're referencing it from the top left. does that matter? Should that impact anything? If I shift everything to the middle center, so from the center to the top of the head, that shouldn't be too much. That's what, let me go into here. This is 30 and 35. Like if it was right here, that's 30 and 14. So if we just shift the Y offset, the Y offset by like 20. Let's see what that looks like. Hat. Actually, I shouldn't override it. I should inherit it. Inherit, and then Y offset is actually going to be -10. That should, no, sorry, -20. So that should tell the hat to be on top of its head. Okay, so right now I just want to see what it looks like here.
Man, I'm dead.
How did we immediately crash?
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, something's going wrong. Okay, let me see. Did I break the code by doing something?
Man, I'm dead.
Why are we dying now? Are we accidentally being spawned inside of something?
Man, I'm dead.
Yeah, I think I'm accidentally getting myself spawned inside because I shifted the origin. Okay, yeah, sorry. False alarm, nothing broke, it's just the positioning of it.
Bruh.
Let me see.
Bruh. Man, I'm dead.
Sometimes you just have bad luck on the
Man,
spawn. Maybe I should lower the position.
Man, I'm dead. Man,
This looks fine. Okay.
Man, I'm dead.
That's been resolved. Okay, now to put the hat to see if it follows him. Yeah, see, he's got the little hat on him. Now the real challenge will be trying to... So, right now...
Man, I'm dead.
Oh wait, what happened here? I could, but then I'd have to rework how the entire spawning is done. This is the simplest way to get it. So I don't want to change the the first two obstacles. The issue is here with this. Why is it crashing? Unable to find instance for object, index is 0. X is equal to object underscore player, but everything should still exist. Nothing should change, so why does it fail here? We don't get rid of the player, do we? Oh, did I actually delete the player? Game end. I do delete the player. I guess we don't need that. Let me see what that looks like actually. Okay. We do delete the player, so in the see, this is where we have a parent, so I don't have to edit it everywhere else. If global.current state is equal to game state dot playing. Okay, if we're playing, actually, as long as we're not equal to game state dead. As long as we're not dead, it should follow.
Bruh.
But the hat stays behind whenever we get rid of it.
Bruh.
There is a way to do a lot of math to get it to follow around the thing whenever he spins. I don't know if I feel like doing that.
Bruh.
How can I'm starting to get hungry. We might have to end this before we can implement more than just the hat, unless y'all start sending me assets to implement. Else we should follow. Should be this, but rather than following the object player, this object player dead. Okay, we're gonna scale up. Just do 10 and see what that looks like. Times 10. Let's just see. So he's got the little hat.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, maybe it's a little too big. Oh, because it happens every step. I don't need this to happen at every step. Okay, it's just set to 210.
Man, I'm dead.
It's actually not that bad.
Man, I'm dead. Bruh.
Okay, if we do, okay, that's good, that's good. The offset amount, I'm going to modify this and instead throw it, okay. No matter what, we scale it up correctly and we place it over there, but I'm gonna have to have two offsets, the alive offset and the dead offset.
Man, I'm dead.
So with that, so the parent object does this. I still need to figure out the rotating. Where's the origin for this? Center. Okay, that's good. Trying to think. What would be the best way to get this to rotate along? This is going to involve trigonometry. Let me see if someone's done the math for me. GML rotate an object about a point. Okay. The math already, there's built-in stuff that handles this. I need to get it to work correctly. So it's x position plus length der x, given we're supposed to do the offset and obj player dead object player dead dot, let's maximize this. Image angle. That should do it, because that tells us what angle it should be rotated at based off of that, and that calculates the correct x value it should be. And this is the exact same thing, except instead for the y value.
Man, I'm dead.
The offset's 0, so it's not moving. Okay, yeah, I was about to say. Okay, go back over here, create offset, and offset for dead is negative, like, multiply it by 10, so that'd be 200, so like 250. Okay, let's see what that looks like.
Bruh.
Okay. Did I do? So it is it is being placed in a position. X offset should be 0, so it shouldn't cause a problem. Well, because that's the issue. The X offset needs to change. But I want it to be centered on the top. That's correct. Okay. Y offset dead is 0, so wait, did I put the, nope, that's the sprite hat. Let's close all but this. Okay, let's just have the hat and just have the parent. And this is maximized and y offset dead, because our y value is what's separating us from that. It's scaled up correctly, that's not an issue. I need it to be shifted the corresponding amount. It looks like it is roughly in the right spot.
Bruh.
Why is it like that? The X value is there. Am I? Oh, I think I'm supposed to give the same value for both. Yes, I'm dumb. I figured that out. Close this. That does cause a slight issue because this only works for hats. Because that's a fixed value of where it should be.
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
Is it always in the same spot? No, it's different. Why did it not match it? Oh, it's because it's 90 degrees off. This is 90 degrees off. How do I do math? Plus 90. It might be subtracting 90. Because I forgot how math works. That's why I was bouncing up and down. I fixed it.
Bruh.
Okay, it's subtracting 90.
Bruh.
There we go. So the hat is now in the correct spot. And sure, we just have this weird little effect because it matches it. And then image underscore angle is equal to object player dead dot angle. This is gonna crash. This is image angle. Okay. That should work. Actually, I think it's gonna be 90 degrees off.
Bruh.
No, it's right. Okay, there we go. So whenever they die, they still have the thing kept with them. I'm gonna scale this to 12.
Bruh.
Okay, now your cosmetic items can carry over into your live or dead state.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, so this just is implementing the cosmetic item.
Man, I'm dead.
Let me add a second hat. I'm kind of getting hungry. I think I'm only gonna do one more item, and then implement the store, and then that'll be it. Cause I want to eat, and I want to do other stuff too. Okay, let me create another. Let me also create a category. Shop items. Okay, and so this will be Sprite. What's another easy thing to wear on the head or other hat? A beanie. Christmas hat. Okay, scale this down to 24 by 24. Everything's mathematically set up for that. This was 12 and 13. Is that the center? Middle center, 12, 12. Do 12, 13. Okay. Given that, in my small workspace, what does the Santa hat look like? I think I've got a tiny one. Okay, it's white. Okay, yeah, I think I can do that. White brim, and then like a very burgundy red. Fill that in. And then a white little tail or there. We'll see what that looks like. Okay, I've implemented another hat. Assuming all of the other logic is correct, it should be able to throw in everything for that. Actually, I want to experiment with something. If I don't put a sprite, right? Nope, I didn't mean to create something new. If I have no sprite and run it, does it work? So that way there's always a hat slot, it's just nothing's there.
Bruh.
Okay, everything's fine, nothing's broken, we're good.
Bruh.
Okay, so then if I switch the hat to instead be this and run it, what does it look like?
Man, I'm dead.
It looks great.
Bruh.
He's got the little hat on. Actually, let me add a little bit to the hat. Add one more. Actually, no. It was perfect as is. Let me leave it alone. Okay, so we now have a good system. Puts on hats. We're good to go. No need to mess with this at all. Okay, so we have no sprite. Instead, we can have something the shop manages and figures out what sprite it's supposed to be. You can only have one hat. Sorry, you can't buy more than one. I don't feel like implementing that. If you want to do that, you can make your own game. Let's go ahead and with the store manager, pop up the different options. Let's see. What's the easiest way to do this? Can I tell it just to draw a random sprite? Sprite, Christmas hat, 0 at 100, 100. Like, I just want to see what this does. Do we have a store manager in here? Nope, I have not placed a store manager. Where's the music manager? Let me take that out. Music manager, and it's supposed to be over here. Okay, let's see. Yes, it drew a tiny little hat up here.
Bruh.
Okay, so, oh, that's the issue. The sprites are tiny. How do I draw a sprite? Or do I just make a larger version? And I did all that extra math for nothing. I mean, it wasn't really much, but what is the best way to do this? Gmail draw sprite scaled up. Okay, there's draw sprite underscore ext. So sub image x, y. Okay, there we go. And then we have scaling. So I think it was 12 is what I scaled it to be. Rotation 0, 0, 0. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to look into that because I was hoping those would be default values. Draw sprite. Let's maximize this. Okay, so this is gonna be drawing the store. Drawing store items. So let's see if this works. Don't see it on the screen, so obviously
Bruh.
I wrote something wrong. Let's see. So draw sprite xt. What is this? Oh, okay. Let's see. This is supposed to be 1. I think I made it translucent. It looks like setting this to -1 is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, okay. So -1. Oh, okay. I guess if you want to change the color. There, we got the hat.
Man, I'm dead.
It works. It's scaled up. Fantastic. Okay. So I need to draw multiple items. I need to draw them. Right now it's just 2. I don't know if I feel like doing more than that right now, but the foundations is there. While I remember, let me go to where is it? Template, games, version. I'll mess around with this later. Okay, so back to this. Okay, I've drawn the object. I want it to be further down into the screen, so there is. Let's just do 500 and the x and 500 and y. See what that looks like. Yeah, it's fine.
Bruh.
Okay. If game state global dot current state is equal to game state dot start. So if we're at the start, the shop is going to be drawn. So draw that sprite and draw what's the other one? Just hat. If y'all can send me more hats, since I don't feel like programming other stuff at the moment, then we can get this. We're gonna have a tiny store present. No,
Man, I'm dead.
move the other one. 500. This will be 700. Put is the wrong value. Actually, maybe I can just do it in the Y. Let me do 750.
Bruh.
Okay, yeah, they vanish. Okay, that's working.
Bruh.
Okay, let's see. So we draw that, draw that. Let's see. What would be another nice little hat object? A baseball cap? Sure. See, that's the benefit. You have the basic foundation set out, and we got confirmation that it works, and now the only thing that is necessary for adding new items is literally just making a new sprite. I'm just going to make one more. Sprite. Okay, what is another hat that is interesting? Baseball cap. I don't know if a baseball cap will look well. I guess, yeah, baseball cap. Okay, 24 by 24. 12 and 13. Edit. Okay. Trying to think of what's a good color that would pop out on this. Maybe purple. I can do a purple one. That looks horrible. Okay, if it's got a like a little white outline for the cap, and then a slightly less white outline for the. I don't know if you can identify this as a baseball cap. Oh well, we'll see what it looks like. I guess kind of, maybe the brim is too much. There, maybe that's better. Okay, we'll leave that as is. Should be orange. I like purple. Let's see, orange. Let me swap it out. Orange and white, right? Or maybe just make it also orange. Is that what it looks like? Maybe make. Okay, I think now it looks like a weird deformed basketball. Sure, I'll leave this as is. Store manager, okay. Then draw, and I'll draw one more. Yes, I could probably put this in the you'd wear it. Yes, I could probably make a data structure that has all of these and more correctly display them all and make it look nice, but I'm hungry and I don't feel like thinking. Okay, what went wrong? Where did I go? Line 2. What went wrong in line 2? No, obstacle manager. What did we break in the obstacle manager? Did I break something? Look, there's an issue with the crate and the obstacle manager. Unable to find object. So in line 2, we do this. Why did that break? Did I delete something accidentally? No, nothing in here is changing. Why is this broken? Sprite obstacle, sprite width. Okay, it's spelled correctly, it's identifying the correct thing. Sprite width is returning its width. Why does it not know what? Where's the obstacle? Obstacle has a sprite. I'm just gonna put, I know the value is 64, I'm just gonna see what that does. Okay, that makes no sense. What broke here? Actually, I think I could just do sprite height. Okay. Did I somehow accidentally put in a reference to something? I'm not sure. Okay, well, that's been fixed. You see 3 new hats now on the screen. We need to find a way to get the player to be able to purchase them. Okay, so back to the store manager. We've drawn everything. That's great. It's on the screen. Draw. Okay, now I need to create a new font. Create font. Font underscore store. And then now we can set this to 36. I think that's what score is set to. So store, actually maybe shrink this down a little bit, 24. Okay, so it's slightly smaller. Then back to here. draw, no, font, set font to font store. See, I'm already making mistakes. Okay, we draw the sprites. Now let's draw the text next to them. Oh, I feel like I should turn this into a script or a function. Let me get one done. Okay, so and that's done at the top. We'll want to set this to be draw my text, and do we want the price to be on the hat? No, it should be off because then it can interfere with looking at the hat. So if it's 500, they're scaled up by 12. Be 500 minus 100 maybe. So it's somewhere off to the left for the X value. Y value would be at the same level. What else do I need? Text. Okay, and then the simplest thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the letter that you have, the key that you press, so that way you can spend that many points. So you can press the number 1 to spend 100. Let's see what that looks like. There's a lot further left. Not that far. Okay, I think this is good. Though maybe the font should be a little bit bigger. I think I'm going to shift this over. But okay, we've got the basic foundations here. I am going to... Actually, where does this stuff up here? I'm going to move the press spacebar thing down. That's in the switch. Start, press spacebar, the center Y, shifted down by, or actually, maybe I just shifted off to the right. Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah, press spacebar to begin, over to the store. Okay, now drawing this, let's create a new script, a new function, I mean. This is draw store item. So we need the X and Y value, the item, the key, and the cost. So, where is... This is in script I could draw. We grab this. So, we want to specify, we're going to draw this. This is a sprite. We draw this sprite at this X value, at this Y value. Oh, that's there. At this X value, at this Y value. Everything has to be scaled by 12. No rotation. All of that is left as is. Okay, so that covers that. And then we're going to be at this X value shifted over, at the same Y value. And then the string will be string cast onto key, concatenated to this, which is going to be concatenated to string casted onto the cost, concatenated to pipes. And so now it should display this string correctly. Yeah. And then if I go back over to draw, I can replace all of this with just that. 500, 500. It'll be 1, and this will be 100. Okay, let's see if that looks correct. Okay, yes, it worked. We'll shift the X value by a bit. And then here I just need to replace this, replace this. This will now be, yeah, all that. This is 750, this is 1000. This will be 2, this will be 3. Okay, it looks good so far. And then over here where it says, now this is scripts, here, press spacebar to begin. I'm going to have it press key to purchase item, \n, press spacebar to begin. Center Y minus 100, that should shift it up a bit. Press number. Okay, so we've got that. Run this again. Okay. So now it visually looks good. Now the last thing is to actually get the purchasing to work correctly. So that draws everything. I love cleaning the code up and making it look nice and pretty. Okay, then we just need to have the interaction, so that way if you press the key, let's see. Trying to think of an easy, nice, convenient way to make it all fit. If key underscore pressed, keyboard. Is there a way just to catch what key was pressed rather than asking? Okay, last key. Keyboard key. Okay, that just tells us okay. So I can just switch off of this. Now, there could be the issue because this happens every step. Yeah, this wouldn't work because I want to do a keyboard check. Check if it's pressed. I don't want to check to see, because if a key is being held down, this system that I'm thinking of would accidentally charge them over and over and over again. I only want it to be triggered once. So, yeah, it's fine. It's not horrible. If keyboard check pressed of let me see, keyboard pressed, no, yeah. If they pressed, let's see. We have to grab the keys for the number 1. If we press the number 1 key, we do this. Else if no. Does elif exist? Elif, no, yeah, else if, and then we just check 2. What's this complaining about? No, I missed the parentheses. Okay, if we press 2 and if we press 3. So now the way we actually get this onto it, and since we're doing a press, it'll only trigger once, we can then have the object underscore hat dot sprite index is going to be equal to the corresponding one. So if we press 1, it'll be this. Otherwise, it turns into the hat or the cap. Nope, wrong one. Okay, so that'll give us the hat, and then we must take or charge the player for it. So for object game manager dot pipe, total pipes will be minus equals I need to check to see if they can actually afford it first, but let's just see if this mathematically will do it. 10. It would probably be more appropriate. What did I do? Yeah, I probably should actually do a proper data structure to store this, because if I have a dictionary or a map, I can have with each object or each sprite to have tied to it a price, and that would make this slightly more elegantly set up. But we're verging onto 6 hours. Alexa, turn on loft. So we're verging onto 6 hours. I'm getting hungry and tired. I want to see if this works first. Press 1. I've got the little hat. I press 2. I've got that. Now I can't afford anything if I do it again. But it looks like it's working.
Bruh.
Like, you got the little baseball cap.
Man, I'm dead.
Wow, okay. Well, it looks like it is working. Okay, now I just need to confirm that they're not allowed to purchase too much. And yes, I need to go back to Clicker Heroes. Okay, total pipes is greater than or equal to 2. Same thing over here. Nope. And 20, and then and 30. So this should prevent us from purchasing. Okay, so I'm gonna buy a leprechaun hat. Okay, I did something obviously wrong here, so let's fix that. Why did that happen? Why did that trigger over and over again? Oh, here. I accidentally moved one of the parentheses. And same thing down here. Okay, let's try that again. I bought it. I cannot buy the baseball cap. I cannot buy leprechaun hat again. I can buy the Santa hat. Let me earn more money.
Bruh.
There we go. I have to go with no cosmetic item. Default skin. Gotta get on that grind so I can buy the same hat more than once.
Man, I'm dead.
Alright, let me buy. No, I wanted the baseball cap.
Man, I'm dead.
Okay, now I have enough to afford the baseball cap. There we go. Yeah, I think that's it. The store wasn't that complicated to implement.
Man, I'm dead.
The actual challenge was getting the sprites to scale the correct way that I wanted them to. But this is just a hat. But the template exists with how everything is handled. That I could, for instance, put like a t-shirt on the person, or any type of like clothing item. it wouldn't be any different other than changing the offset value that we defined inside of the parent object. This not for the shop, for the, oh yeah. This offset value and the hat, all of the offset values, just scale it up in that direction. If we wanted something else, we would just have to make another, rather object hat, make it object shirt, and then get it set up that way. But I think that that gives us a nice little game,
Bruh.
and it saves everything, so you can come back, earn more money, and clear more pipes so you can earn more cosmetics. And yeah, wow. I didn't expect to create all of this whenever I started out, but we got it in 5 hours and like 30 minutes. So,
Man, I'm dead.
and we got the 15 subscribers, so that was exciting. But that covers our little adventure. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. This goes out to all of my fans. Thank y'all for being here, supporting me, subscribing, hitting that notification bell and whatnot. And for those of you that stayed in the chat, giving me feedback, inspiring me with new ideas, and giving me additional sprites. And just a special shout out for my grandfather. He recently passed away yesterday, and so this stream goes out to him. Thank you everyone. Have a good one, and I'll see y'all next time.